Welcome to sunny and very hot 110 plus degree California. I'm here with my newest purchase, 1966 Chrysler Town and Country station wagon. Bought this car out of Vacaville, and the plan is drive it the close to 3,000 miles back home to North Carolina. Had to do a couple things already. The air conditioner wasn't working, so got that nice and cold. And I'm going to need to get a headlight because I think that one's burnt out. And what else did I do? Well, first thing I need to do with this no charging situation is test the alternator. All right, got my jumper wire connected to the field connection on the alternator. Okay, no charge, so looks like maybe the alternator's bad. So I guess I'll see where I can get one. Well, I found a alternator at the O'Reilly here in Yuba City. It's actually the newer style, the square back, so you can do a little modification to it to get to work on these older cars that only have the one wire. So anyways, I got this just in case, but pretty sure the alternator is bad. So finding the single wire Mopar round back alternator is not necessarily very easy, but you can use the later style, the square back, which has two field connections. You can use it by just grounding out one of the field connections. So I made a little jumper wire and hooked it to this ground post, and then I can just hook up my field wire under the hood to the leftover one and the power wire, and good to go. I pulled the cover off the voltage regulator because I thought I could maybe mess with the points, but it's actually solid state. Wasn't expecting that. And it does smell a little electrical in there, so I wonder if that's bad too. Well, it looks like the voltage regulator is not doing its job, so I got one ordered into Williams, California, which is where I'm headed. Which is where I was going to be today anyway, so that should be here around 2. So hopefully that fixes this, because no charging for 3,000 miles probably won't work too well. Okay, new voltage regulator installed. Actually, I'll just crank the car up and see what the gauge says. Hard to crank a car when you don't have the battery cable hooked up. Gave this Chrysler a romp, and it was really wanting to spark knock. So I went ahead and loosened the distributor and retarded the timing a little bit. This car probably should be using premium fuel, and its fuel out in California ain't necessarily the best either. Anyways, I retarded the time a little bit. We'll see what that does. Oh yeah, that's getting cold. Well, that's blowing cold. This ought to be nice on my return drive. It works. Try the high beam. Ooh, I can feel the heat. Okay, works.
Were parts of Arizona, Washington, Oregon, southern Nevada, and much of California. Excessive humidity and heat will be felt from Nashville to New Orleans through Thursday, but the region will cool off by Friday.
The CDC says food poisoning is...
Well, I'm about 150 miles down the road, cruising on I-5. Temperature, if this aftermarket gauge is accurate, which I don't think it is, about 220 degrees. A little hotter than I would want, I guess, but not bad. I do have the air conditioning going, and it's hot out here, so I'm kind of glad that I have it. Anyways, just going to keep trucking and see where we get to. Well, I'm going to pull off for my first gas stop. I don't know how accurate this fuel gauge is, but it's near E, so I'm going to kind of see where that puts me. There's a lot of billboards out with the warnings to this extreme heat, stay cool, drink water. So it's currently, I think 100 degrees right now, and I think it'll eventually be like 110 or something today. So I'm going to wheel into this Love's truck stop and get some fuel and maybe something to eat, because it is about lunchtime. So, and we'll kind of check some things on the car and see how they're doing. Well, I checked the oil and it was about a quart low, so I guess I've burned a quart of oil or leaked it or whatever. I mean, this motor is original and I guess has 109,000 773 miles on it, so I guess it might be burning some oil. It's also probably the longest and hardest this car has been driven ever, so we'll see how that goes. Looks like I'm getting about 10.1 miles to the gallon. I've gone about almost 180 miles since I left, so I'm going to see. I looked and got put in 17 gallons here, filled it up to the top. This car has a 22-gallon tank, so I can go, 170 miles with a 50-mile reserve. So I guess I'll probably make sure I fill up every 170-ish miles to make sure I don't run out of gas, because that would suck because it's hot. There wasn't a bunch of coolant spewing out of the radiator, so that's good. So it's not getting too hot. Air conditioning's working good. The passenger front door electric motor decided to stop working, I guess, but that's all right since I got air conditioning. Well, anyways, gonna fire this car back up and keep going south, try to get towards Bakersfield, and then hopefully eventually out of California. So let's get back on the highway. First things first, we gotta cut that AC on. Holy crap, it's hot. $4.49 a gallon. Well, got some puking now. It is like 110 degrees. I'm gonna use some of this free water to kind of cool some things off so I can check the coolant level and whatnot. It is a scorcher. It's 110 degrees, and stopped again for fuel before I get into Bakersfield. And this time when I shut the car off, started spewing coolant, so that's cool. Had to also put another quart in, so I guess I'm just gonna have to put a quart in every couple hundred miles, so I guess this thing's using it pretty good. Anyways, I want to get this car started and the air conditioning going and keep going south. This is downright miserable. It is stagnant when you're sitting. I'm not really running the air conditioning when I'm idling and such. I don't want the car to overheat, but dang. Interstate 5. I got a long ways to go. About to be in Bakersfield for too long, so. Whew. I gotta get out of this state. Hope it's cooler the further east I go. Well, I got the window open to see what it's like without AC, and it's like opening your oven door. It's just hot air. Whew. That doesn't look good. Yeah, some kind of bad fire going on here. geez. Guess I'm gonna drive right through it. Oh yeah. The grass is on fire. Oh, there's an oil derrick there. Wouldn't be surprised if somebody threw a cigarette out the window. I'm on Highway 58, and here shortly I'm going to be coming up to Tehachapi Pass. I'll have to drive up quite a steep grade all the way to Tehachapi. So the car is running warm. So hopefully going up the grade I don't want to overheat or anything like that, but we'll see. At least when you get over the top, you can kind of coast downhill, and that cools you off. But you got to make it over the top first. So we'll see how that goes. Air temperature is rising. Oh boy. Still got a ways to go. Well, the car made it over the Tehachapi Pass. I'm up here in the flatlands. It's quite flat out here. And the car's running a lot cooler. I'm going to guess the temperature's a little cooler up here. But yeah, the car got a little warmer, but it never got past like 230 degrees. So not too bad. With it being like 111 degrees or whatever out here. So we'll keep trucking. It's warm. I'm about to probably roll the window back up, turn the AC on. I turned it off going up the hill just so the engine didn't have to, you know, turn that extra horsepower from the air conditioner. Smooth sailing so far, so maybe I will get to Kingman tonight. We'll see. Should be doable. Still burning a quart, so I'm going to try this. I've actually had good luck with this in the past, making that oil consumption go down, so worth a try. North Carolina is 2,554 miles. is actually the original bridge, but now holds pipeline. And this is the Arizona state line. So I'm out of California. Sweet. Also, when you turn the headlights on, the temperature gauge goes up like 10 degrees. So I'm not sure what that's about. So I guess this gauge may be not the most accurate thing. Hope I did my math right. I'm almost at 200 miles on this tank. Going by my figuring, I should be able to go 220 miles. And my gauge, for what I figured, was when I'm at empty, I generally got like 40 miles left to go, give or take. So almost to the Love's truck stop that I was trying to get to, so I think I'll be okay. That's what I like to see, $3.25 for gas. And then with the app, that turns to $3.15 a gallon. So that's why I've been going to a lot of Loves, 10 cents on each one. Well, I have a 22-gallon tank. And I put 19.29 gallons in, so I was close to empty. So consensus on the Lucas, I don't think it helped. Now I am even lower in oil, so I also drove the furthest, so that's probably partially to blame. I guess I'm gonna go buy some oil. I'm going to go through a lot of oil on this trip, I'm afraid. Well, burning 2 quarts of oil isn't cool, but what can you do? So I guess this engine probably needs some overhauling in the future. I guess I'm just going to have to keep adding oil to it to get home. I was driving as fast as I had. Let me try to speak. I was driving the highest speeds that I've been driving on this trip and for the longest distance. That probably contributed to the lower level. But yeah. Off to Kingman we go. I don't know if you can really see it, but my headlights are pulsing, so I guess this voltage regulator isn't doing its job, or there's some wiring issues or something. But you can see the gauge. It does still say discharge, but it is charging, so this gauge is wacky. I don't know. I'm just going to keep driving. Rolling into Kingman and going to check out the Arizona Inn. I've never stayed here before, but figured it was worth checking out if they have vacancy. Looks like they might. Well, I got a room here. Guess there used to be a pool. Now it's just concrete. Kind of curious what this place was originally. I got a room down there on the corner somewhere. So now I'm going to get something to eat. little fuel soak there, I think. I'm thinking In-N-Out Burger. With the shield at night, that'll be cool. Check it out. Really wish the Hilltop Motel would open up. Holy crap, I don't know what's going on here. It's like a traffic jam here in the middle of town. I ain't never seen this much traffic in Kingman before. And it's friggin' 9:30 at night, so I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to get food. I can see the arrow for In-N-Out over there. Bizarre. Holy crap, it's like all this traffic. I just want my burger. This place is probably gonna be packed. I don't know what's going on. I guess July 4th celebrations? I don't know. I'm just here for the burgers. Alright. Time for burger and fries and drink. Well, they didn't have any more first floor rooms, so I got one closest to the stairs. Oh, that's cool. Made the mistake of going to go eat before coming in the room, and air condition wasn't on, so this is probably going to be a long hot day. Got a refrigerator. Never know where the light switches are in these things. Closet, I guess. Bottle opener. And it's been redone. Doesn't have the old charm of the old bathrooms. Okay, gosh, it's hot in here. All right. And that's a Mexican restaurant over there, but I guess maybe originally it was probably the restaurant for this motel. That makes sense. Let me get the rest of my stuff. Ice machine. Oh, you can see where there was some swag lighting. Plug in there, had a chain, hanging light. We'll say the lights they have for the not lights, I guess, reading lights are the brightest lights known to man. Jeez. Let's see what tomorrow has to offer. Got some sights to see and some miles to travel. Topped off the coolant, checked the oil, everything else seems to be all right. So gonna depart Kingman here and probably head towards Seligman via the old Route 66. But first I'm gonna stop in town here and get a headlight because that one went out again. And well, that's what I get for using a 50-year-old headlight, I guess. And then some oil that I need for the journey. Maybe go to whichever place has it for the cheapest, because I'm probably gonna need a bunch. So anyways, I guess it's time to motivate. Review of the Arizona Inn. Not too bad. Room was $65 plus tax, so not crazy. It was relatively recently renovated, it seems. So if you're looking for an old motel in terms of like seeing the old aesthetic, this don't have it. It's all been modernized. The air conditioner finally got the room cool. I mean, it was like 110 degrees here, so I can't really complain. And I did get a pretty good sleep. The bed was comfortable. Pillows were actually good. They had soft and firm pillows. I like the firm pillows. So, man, the sun's bright. Yeah, I mean, it's worth staying. Better than a lot of motels I've stayed at for this kind of price. And it's really close to the city center, so you can kind of still do the things you want to do and whatnot. And it is an older motel and privately owned, so it's always good to support the mom and pop kind of places. This place was originally, according to internet sleuthing, the Roadway Inn, I believe it was. There's an old postcard that shows this place. And as I suspected, the Mexican restaurant there used to be part of this motel, and it was the Roadway Coffee House. And if you look at the postcard, you can still see the office sign on the side of the building by the street. It's still on there, so it's like one of the few things that still remains original to this motel. So it's kind of neat to see what things used to be. Really wonder what it looked like inside back in the day, but it's all been renovated, so it's lost its old charm. But some people don't care about that. They just want a brand new room. So this one is pretty nice in terms of, you know, cleanliness, price, everything. I guess I'd give it whatever. I don't know what my rating system will be. 4 stars, sure. For aesthetics, it's like 1 star. There's like nothing aesthetically pleasing in terms of like vintage charm, Route 66, whatever you want to call it. They've kind of gotten rid of all that. So, but anyways, not a bad place to stay. I'd stay here again. So good to keep it in mind for future travels through here. I always try to avoid the chains whenever I can, because those just suck. Anyways, more driving to do. Let's go. Going into the Wally World to see if I can get some cheap motor oil. Since I'm gonna be burning through this stuff, might as well get it where it's the cheapest. Man, I hate to pay 20 bucks for this thing, but I really need to have 2 headlights. Alright, got my headlight. I'll put that on later. And another voltage regulator, a solid state one, so we'll see how that one might do versus the points one. Anyways, time to get moving again. Now I'm on Old Route 66 coming out of Kingman, headed towards Seligman. This is probably one of my favorite ways to go when you want to just drive Route 66. I mean, one of the reasons why I like this route is it just goes kind of north away from the interstate, and it hasn't been commercialized at all. It's pretty much the way it was back in the day. Of course, a lot of the places are gone or closed down, but you're not going to find a McDonald's, you're not going to find like any kind of chains or anything like that. It's just mom and pop kind of places and a lot of empty landscapes. So no sprawl, just don't much care for urban sprawl. But I pretty much never skip this part. Even if I'm in a rush, I pretty much always go this route, which goes up from Kingman up to Peach Springs, over to Seligman. It's just a cool route, and it's just neat to drive because usually you're kind of by yourself. You get that nostalgic feeling, and there's a lot of things to see on this route too. A lot of Route 66 attractions that you can go to, some of which I'm going to stop at today because today is kind of my leisure day. I like busted it, spent like whatever 11 hours on the road yesterday to get here so that I can enjoy a more leisurely pace today. I won't get as far today, but the reward of having some fun is worth it, I think. So not sure where I'll get to today. I'm thinking maybe Gallup, New Mexico, but that's to be determined. So we're just going to cruise, see a few things along this route, and if you've watched my videos before or follow me on Instagram, you know I go this way like every time. So maybe it's boring to some people, but it's always fun to me. So here we go. Giganticus Headicus. Oh, there's a coyote. It's always been closed every time I've come here, except for one time. So I kind of want to stop in here and get something because I'm always using their stuff as a photo op. But I don't know. Doesn't look too open now either. I'm not sure what the deal is. I'll check it out though. Maybe they are open, I don't know. Unfortunately, they're closed again. Every time. Like I said, I've only been inside once. I was hoping to spend some money in here, show some support, but oh well, maybe next time. Neat old cars and some interesting artwork. Oh, look at that. Who can tell me what those are? Oh, a Chrysler down there. Some rattlesnakes out here. I don't know. Guess that's Toe Mater and Herbie. Guess those are rooms for rent. This reminds me of that cartoon from, what was that cartoon from back in the day with the dune buggy? It was kind of like Scooby-Doo in sorts of ways, but I think, did they even like get together with Scooby-Doo gang? I don't know. That dune buggy was like, whatever. Well, neat. I was hoping to, like I said, spend a little money here, but I'm not sure what the hours are. I'll have to research that more. Put my tag on here though. To know what the hours are. I guess I really need to look it up. I've been there several different days during the week, weekend, late, early. I don't know, the air conditioner was running in there and there's a lot of merch in there. I don't know, like I said, the first time I came there, I got to go inside. And ever since then, every time I've stopped, I haven't been able to go inside and there's not been anybody there. So I'm going to try to do some research, and I guess if I find the hours, I will make an annotation in the video for other people to know. Or if anyone else knows, feel free to comment. Right down the road is the Hackberry General Store, so going to see what's going on inside there. Maybe get a souvenir or two. Let's check it out. Oh. this would actually be cool. Make some pillows out of that. A lot of Plymouth and Dodge hubcaps. Probably get a copyright strike for using that, so I'll probably have to edit that out. And there's also a lot of snacks, drinks too, if you're thirsty or hungry. Curious how all these cars ended up here. If these are just cars that broke down here, or the owner bought them over the years. They've pretty much always been here as far as I know, or at least as long as I remember, I should say. Always liked this Mercury commuter wagon, 4-door hardtop, and this DeSoto and Chrysler. Check out that cactus. I really noticed this bus before. Wonder where that came from. Old GM bus. A 59 or so Ford pickup back there. Rambler. Have that exact same box. What are those things? You see them around here, but I'm not quite sure what they're for. Ooh, that's a wood grain wagon too. Like that old Dodge back there. Music hall. I wonder if there was more to this place back in the day. I mean, I'm sure that wasn't actually a music hall, but maybe, I don't know. Anything in here? Oh, it's nailed shut. All right, time to hit the road. Bought a few souvenirs here at the Hackberry General Store, and next I'm going to swing by the Valentine Station and see how it's doing. Station. Let's see if anybody's home. Be sure to check out the Valentine Station YouTube. If only gas was that cheap. I'm here at the 76 station, and with the owner of the Valentine Station here. We're trying to get in to maybe get a root beer or something. Oh no, my 50 Dodge.
Oh yeah, he's a Dodge fanatic, so he would know.
I like these details.
VIP service here.
That doesn't happen too often with me. Most people think I'm like a vagrant or something.
Hey, that's what happens when you lay on the horn and.
Yeah. Well, this is the owner of the Valentine Station, and maybe you could just say a little bit about the station and who you are, and you know, just some fun facts or something.
Welcome, Obsolete Automotive Nation. My name is Ruben. I'm the recluse guy that lives here in Valentine Station. Been here since 2006. Valentine Station itself was originally built in 1945 by one lady named Anna McCall. It was originally called the Great Western. It was a Chevron station, independently owned. That's the sign that's on the other building there. Then it later morphed into a motor court and also had hotel rooms. And one claim to fame of Valentine Station is in 1968, a rambunctious group of people stopped in the front by the gate, and they were arguing about where to film, and apparently they got into a fist fight. And the owner of this place at the time said that they had two strange kind of bikes, and one had an American flag on the tail. And apparently it was the guys from Easy Rider. They ended up filming a section at a ranch that you can see from here. And this was a restaurant at the time, and Valentine Station, or the Great Western at that time, provided the food and the table settings. And it's a scene where they're sitting down like 9 minutes in, eating with the rancher and telling them, you have a nice place here. And
I'll have to rewatch that.
Yeah, and it's where they fix their tire and stuff like that. So it's neat. And then the famous shot of them riding side by side, you're going to go through that, Austin, in about 5 miles on the right-hand side. When you're going through Truxton Canyon and it starts to climb out, you'll see a green house on the right. And then that's pretty much right where it was taken.
That's cool.
For anyone that wants to follow along the adventures here, we're Valentine Station on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. And I just really want to say thanks to Austin. I met him here on Route 66 almost 2 years ago now, and I met also a fan of yours at the same time, and it was great to see the power of what we could do with our phones here. You know, they're capable of more than us just getting lost in doom scrolling. There's a lot of positive that could be done, you know, so sorry for getting, you know, off on a message or a tangent. But I hope in sharing the spirit of 66 and everything, and if you guys want to reach out to me, it's at Valentine Station, and I'm just going to try to do the best to capture the people, the cars, the sights, and the feeling of 66. So thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate your time and show me around.
No problem. You be.
Well, just now leaving Valentine Station. Got to talk to Ruben for a long period of time, which was awesome. He showed me around, talked about future plans and stuff. And we went over to the 76 on 66 and talked to, I believe it was Steve. He's opening up a little restaurant and
and watering hole there, so you can get you a beer or soda and hot dog or whatever, and box lunches, I believe. So hopefully by the time I'm coming through again, I'll be able to stop in there on 76, which is open on, I think, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I have to see if there's a link to social media for that. Also, if you're passing through here, be sure to stop in Valentine Station. Check out his channel. Pretty cool guy. Known for a few years now, and he hooked me up with some cool merch, like this awesome hat, some stickers, and a shop rag. He doesn't necessarily have like normal operating business hours, but obviously if you pull in, he's there. He'll come out and greet you. So be sure to stop in, check out his channel. I'll post a link to that on the video and in the description, and see what it's like his side of Route 66. He interviews a lot of people that travel the route, and it's just cool to see somebody that kind of lives and breathes Route 66 every day. So check it out. Like I said, I'll post a link to that video that he's got with me in it, in case you wanted to see that, because you're watching this for me, right? Maybe not. Right now I'm rolling into Valentine, right down the road. So we're just cruising the Route 66, and awesome. Been a great day. It's nice talking to some locals, and this is my favorite stretch. So I'm going to keep driving and get to do a couple more things. I do always wonder what happens to all those pictures people take of me when I'm on my trips. I noticed that far behind me that people have been pulling their phone up and I guess taking pictures and video. It's like, man, I'd like to see all these pictures of cars and stuff that I've been driving, and I guess of me over the years. Whatever happens to all those photos. Riding through Peach Springs. Kind of wonder what's going on with the old gas station there. I took many photos there over the years, but it's like under construction, so I'm not sure what they're doing. Maybe they're hopefully going to put something in there. Not sure. It's been going on a while, but I guess we'll find out at some point. I do kind of wonder why this part got this really wide median put in it, and double lanes. I guess there was that much traffic coming in and out of the Caverns Inn. I'm not sure. One of these days I'm going to go into the Grand Canyon Caverns. I do have a motel here, and one of these days I might stay in the motel too. I gotta get a picture with the dinosaurs over there, and got these old cars. There we go. Dino Mini Golf.
Feel like you can't play the dyno mini golf anymore. It's looking a little bit in disrepair. But yeah, there's a whole cavern here. It'd be cool to check it out someday. And there are motels here too. Just never stayed. Always just passing through. There's a little museum in here. I went in one of my other videos in the 62 Plymouth cross-country trip. So, don't need to get into too many details here. say the West Side Lilo's is pretty good. I've ate there a few times. to drop off a few postcards. I've also never stayed in Seligman. There's a lot of motels here, so I probably should do that at some point. Seems to be even more old cars here. Famous snow-capped drive-in. Been there quite a few times. Headed east. Next stop, Flagstaff. Alright, I'm rolling into Flagstaff, and I'm gonna make a stop and see my buddies there at the okie dokie. Yeah, people just don't look. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, pull right out just to pull right back in. So anyways, yeah, people don't know how to drive. Okay, there's like all kinds of crazy oh, there's an In-N-Out here? Weird. I didn't know there was an In-N-Out here. That must be new. Oh, what the fuck is this? There's like some weird construction. Anyways, I'm in Flagstaff, going to go to the Mother Road Brewing Company. And have a drink and something to eat, because I haven't had anything to eat all day. So I'm gonna do that. So see you there. I guess now my last In-N-Out option isn't Kingman anymore. So interesting. I guess they recently put an In-N-Out burger here in Flagstaff. It's also only 89 degrees here, so the car's running a lot cooler. The air conditioning is about to freeze me out, so that's nice. Be out of that 100-some degree weather for a change. Well, I had some good food here at Mother Road Brewing, as well as some good beer, and bought a whole bunch to take back home too, since I can't get it in North Carolina. So anytime I pass through, I make sure I pick up a couple cases of Mother Road Brewing Company beer. So if you like beer and you like good food, and the owners are really cool, so be sure to check it out if you're ever in Flagstaff, and you can take some home yourself. So a lot of cool merchandise as well. I've got a lot of cool stuff I've gotten over the years and was given to me and whatnot. So I'm about to depart Flagstaff, kind of head towards Gallup, and there's a couple more stops along the way that I'm going to take. I didn't go taking a whole bunch of video inside here. You should just come here and check it out for yourself. A lot of cool things. The decor is really neat, and well, it's Mother Road Brewing Company. So if you like Route 66, you should like it. Anyways, about to hit the highway again, and let's see where we can get to. This is Two Guns, Arizona. My things have changed since the first time I've been here. Can't see the cowboys on the water towers or whatever these things are anymore. was a KOA building, and it is totally gone. It's crazy. You just never know what's going to still be around. Crazy that it's gone. I got some old photos from various cars that I've driven and took pictures next to this old building. And I guess it collapsed at one point. It looks like it got burnt up. Somebody burnt it up, or I don't know. I guess somebody could have caught it on fire for fun, or, well, I don't think anyone would have done anything about trying to remove it otherwise, so I guess somebody just burnt it for fun. Oh, there's a camper over there. So there might be people living here, I'm not sure. And there's the pool over there. But I guess back in the day you could camp here. It's a KOA campground, but long gone now. Small pool. Man, there's like a fire going on over there. And this is about all that remains. There is also a gas station over there. Hate that people graffiti on things. They used to say, "Welcome to Two Guns" or something of that sort. And now it doesn't say anything because people painted all over it. So don't do that. Don't graffiti all over things. There's a bus there with a relatively new box on it, so I'm guessing maybe someone's living in that. Odd. Okay. And there's this old part of the highway, which I guess part of it could have been Route 66. I guess it was maybe more of an access road, but not entirely sure. But it just kind of dead ends. Point here at Two Guns, they had like mountain lions and stuff on display. That's what all these old ruins are. Try not to blow out a tire on here. You can still kind of make out mountain lions on that rock structure up there. That's a drop off there. See it there? Mountain lions. Of course, that's long gone. Hey, you about could drive a car through here. And there is also an old bridge back here. Check it out. And there's where the old highway went. And there's some more ruins over on the other side. Tourist trap, if you will, long since abandoned, and the elements are kind of taken back over. Last time I drove down through here was in my 63 Dodge 880, which had all kinds of problems with overheating and whatnot, so probably shouldn't have been doing that. See that bridge, pretty neat, huh? This is a cliff here, so don't want to get too crazy. Off-roading in my town and country. I guess this is the country part. It's crazy how much a road just disappears once people aren't using it anymore. I don't know if this is some kind of local road or for locals to use, or if it's just a totally abandoned bridge. I don't know. But there aren't any no trespassing signs or anything, so I usually heed those warnings. My phone is overheating, so it keeps shutting off the video, which sucks. I always wonder if one of these things would just fall. Oh, got a little diesel in there. It's a little warm. So how long do bridges last before the elements make them collapse? Wow, that person drove that old hoopty down through there. They're gonna think I'm a ghost from the past. Oh, look at that spirit. something just hit the floor or something of the car, so hopefully it didn't do any damage, because that would suck. Yeah, gotta be careful when you're off-road. Wanted to swing in here again because, well, a lot's changed since the last time I kind of was here, or at least with any the structures have fallen, you know, so it'd been neat to see what this place looked like back in the day. As you can see, the interstate's right there, so this place just died. Just, you know, I kind of wonder why it died. I mean, it's got its own exit and everything, so makes you wonder. But I mean, it had a huge gas station there and a shop, and I don't know when it all kind of died. I have to do a little research on that, but kind of a shame. Wanted to see if I can make it to the Jackrabbit trading post, but I think they might close before I can get there, unfortunately. And if you get off at exit 233 here on I-40, you go see the meteor crater. I've been a few times. It's pretty neat to see. It's what it literally says. It's a huge meteor crater. So there's a nice exhibit. You can walk around the edge of it and all. It's pretty cool to see. It's one of the handful of places on Earth where you can view a meteor crater. A lot of them are like underwater and such like that, but this one you can actually see. So makes you appreciate the ease that a rock can come and just do such damage. So definitely check it out if you got the time. I've been there a couple times. It's always really neat to see. Right here, Meteor Crater Road. I'm also kind of wondering what's going on with this place. At one point, I think I read that somebody was fixing it up, but I don't know if anybody's done anything. Inside the Jackrabbit and get some things, but I think they're going to be closed, unfortunately. I think they close at 5, and I'm just now pulling up. So unfortunately I'm going to be a little late to go inside, which I hate because I like going inside and get some things and whatnot. I'll do the required stop at the "Here it is" sign with whatever you're driving or hauling, which I kind of started that like a decade ago. Basically, anytime I'm passing through with like a new car or whatever, or really whatever I'm driving, honestly, I always stop and take a picture of it because here it is. And well, I'll at least get the picture. Unfortunately, I might not be able to go inside and get any merchandise. I'll definitely be sure to do that the next time I'm through if they're open. So it always just works that way. You can't see everything before you run out of time, unfortunately. So most of these places close around 5 o'clock or whatever. So it makes it more difficult when you're trying to fit a bunch of stuff in one day because, well, frankly, you just run out of time. So you got to kind of pick and choose. But I'll go ahead and stop in. Maybe I'll look out and they'll still be open. I don't know. I guess I'm about to find out. like there's plenty of cars here, so maybe I'll look out and they'll still be open. That would be cool. Here it is, the Jackrabbit. They're still open. Awesome. So I won't go in and check it out. The owners, Tony and Cindy, are super cool and always like stopping in. It's a rabbit, in case you didn't know. This side was in the middle of being repainted and hasn't been painted yet, so now you got the ghost rabbit. Well, got me a sarsaparilla and a bunch of goodies, various things, postcards, piece of petrified wood, and stickers and whatnot. So, if you're driving through the Joseph City area, be sure to get off here at Jackrabbit Road and stop by the Jackrabbit Trading Post. I always stop in anytime I'm passing through, and if places are open, no matter what business it is, I always stop in and buy something. Anything helps keep them afloat, and we don't want these treasures to go away. A lot of them have gone away over the years, and you know, just get out here, travel the roads, and stop in. You know, if you're gonna take the time to get a photo of a place, why not go inside and, you know, buy a couple things from them, buy a drink from them. You know, it doesn't have to be anything big, so anything helps. I'm here at the Jackrabbit Trading Post, and it's always cool to see. There's a little museum inside. There's all kinds of gift items, souvenirs, things like that. You just need to come here and look at it yourself. I didn't take a bunch of footage of the inside. You can get anything from spices to root beer, so be sure to check it out if you're driving through this area in Arizona, and they'll really appreciate it, and you can do your part to keep Route 66 alive.
always wanted to stop at those like cliff dwellings or whatever those are over there, but I never have. So definitely have to put that on my list of things to do. Honestly, I just gotta spend more time in New Mexico and Arizona. Like, I'm only here for a day in each state, but realistically, you need a couple days in each state if you want to try to do anything. Especially with like all the parks and stuff like the Petrified Forest and whatnot. Like, you just need more time. So in the future, I think I'm gonna try to do that just so I can experience some more things. And you know, you don't really have to blast home if you don't really want to. That's why you don't use 50-year-old headlights. It came off a junk car. That's better. Peter Graves. Fort Defiance, starring Peter Graves. The rooms are really nice here at El Rancho. Stayed here quite a few times. They've recently renovated the motel portion. I was going to try to get a room there just to see what it was like, but they were full, and it was only $10 more to be in the main hotel part. Earlier when I was in here, I kept looking for a light switch for the bathroom. I was like, oh, there must have been something there. And I was looking behind the door in here, and then I realized it was a pull string. I thought only I had those at anymore. But that's the room. King size bed. And there are stairs. I'm on the 3rd floor this time. I want to know what's behind there.
that's the motel part. It's been recently refurbished and reopened. It was closed for several years. Then you got the main hotel part over here. And parking's a little bit sparse, so I saw this spot open up. So I wheeled this thing in here, whipped it in, backed up, parallel parked this sucker, and this older couple came up to me as I was changing my headlight and was like, wow, you parallel parked that thing like a pro. They gave me A+ rating on my parallel parking skill. So that was kind of funny. And I was parked here, which is the check-in parking area. So I moved, and these motorcycles decided that's their personal parking area, so whatever. Well, I guess I'll see you in the morning. Well, it's the next day here at the El Rancho in Gallup, and about to hit the road. Not sure where I'm going to get to today. At least to Tucumcari, maybe to Shamrock, Texas. Not sure yet. The day will tell. So probably going to skip breakfast and maybe get lunch somewhere along the way when I get a little more hungry. Stopped at this quaint little post office in Continental Divide, New Mexico. It's practically one of the smallest post offices I've been to. Not the world's smallest. I've actually been to that one. It's in Florida. But this one's pretty small, and I guess so small that they only had one book of stamps left and no other options. No postcard stamps or anything like that. So it's so small that I guess they don't get a whole lot of traffic for things, which is kind of interesting. It's still active. Yeah, Continental Divide. You can see some old ruins over here. Not everything survives. It's funny how this one's totally dead, but then the one across the street is like doing quite well. Always wonder how things like that happen. I've been over there quite a few times. They used to have a lot of cool little things to look at, but they've gotten rid of them, it seems, over the years. last stop in Albuquerque. That'll probably be a good lunch stop. $109 it looks like. Here in Grant's drive-through shield they got here, and there's some kind of farmer's market or something going on over there, so I might check that out just to see if there's anything good. You never know. Quite a bit of things here. Picked me up a stained glass chili pepper. It might get me some cookies or something. A lot of plants and stuff, so I probably shouldn't be getting anything like that because it'll probably die before I make it home.
How's it going?
Not too bad.
Yeah, this is our little ancient highways kit. Our little mobile museum kit. And allowing everybody to see what museum items look like.
Okay.
Ask any questions that you want.
Oh, so there's a whole museum?
Yeah. So this, you can pick up any item. This is all hands-on.
Okay.
You can take
Where-
pictures with any item you want to. So,
Oh, neat.
yeah.
Where's the museum at?
Santa Fe.
Santa Fe? Okay.
Right up there. So our little display kit. These are some obsidian
Yeah.
plates that we have out displayed. There's different types of obsidian in New Mexico. And I was trying to make a blade out of that same material that you touched.
Right.
That's what I can turn it into. Yeah. These are
Okay,
these
yeah.
tools here.
Oh, really?
My flappy tools, percussion, my pressure flaker, my small that little soft hammer billet, and this is my hammer stone.
So you use all that to turn that into an arrowhead.
This, so I would use percussion stage and my pressure flaker.
Okay.
So those I made all by hand with those materials.
Wow.
Every time I need this to be sharpened or rounded, I'll just use a sandstone
Okay.
or a nearby rock. See, like this, same thing. Take a sandstone, rub it on it. Those are the same thing the way I did it. So,
It's really interesting.
and in order to cut these off, I used a big flake like that. I just sawed it in all the way around, made a groover on it, and just snapped it. So, those are the.
And you said the name of the museum in Santa Fe was what again?
Santa Fe, it's a, we're the Office of
Oh,
Archaeological.
Office of Archaeological Studies. Okay.
We're part of the Museum of New Mexico. So
The Museum of New Mexico.
we do have museums out there called Mayak out there in Santa Fe.
Okay. I still need to go to Santa Fe. I've never been.
So yeah, we do this here. We bring this out to schools, communities. Since the historical museum brought us out here, we'll come up on this side and did this. Your Grants Museum brought us out today. So
That's cool.
it's a hammerstone axe combo. It's good.
What would you use this for?
That is for chopping down trees.
Chopping down trees.
What it look like.
Oh, okay. You just kind of go around it.
Yeah. But remember, it's green when you're doing this.
Right.
So it'll look like this, chopping it with that.
Okay.
Actual,
That could take a little while.
But yeah, then right now I'm gonna make some yucca bracelets,
Okay.
some shell yucca bracelets.
Really neat.
Making some primitive jewelry back in the days.
Right. Oh, with the shells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alabella shells. And now this,
Really neat. What are these here?
those are yucca sandals.
Oh, sandals. Okay.
Yucca sandals. They're just one-sided. So yeah, just broadleaf, narrow leaf. Showing you what you can make out of sisters. That's what this plant is right there. Narrow leaf.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Sandals out of those.
Walking on those things might be rough on the foot.
Yeah. Just think when you have elder shoes we had before moccasins.
Okay.
She said. Yeah. Break for it.
Well, thanks for talking with me.
What we have out here, yeah. So this is our like, primitive weapon stuff. Got your bows, got your atlatls, your quivers, and your little fire-started friction dreams.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's how you use that. And they're actually
With the
functional.
stick.
Yeah.
I remember trying that when I was a kid. Like trying that.
Now try with the bow drill.
Oh, with the yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that on before. Yeah, I'm over here using my palms, and that it was really hard to do. I figured I was probably doing it wrong because I saw it on TV, and I was like, oh, I could do that. I go out, get a piece of wood and a stick, and make fire. Hmm.
It just shows the different types of arrows we made too.
What is this?
That is an atlat.
What does this do?
That's your spear chucker. So you'll take that like this. Here.
Oh, okay. It's okay. So it goes in the. Oh wow. You good at that?
Yeah. I'm an instructor on both sides, left or right.
Wow, that's crazy. I've never even seen something like this before. I thought this was something you just threw with your hand.
Go with your. So this is acts like
That-
an extension.
That makes it go a lot faster and harder, I bet.
That's what launching is for.
Yeah. Get that extra force.
They made these, but you know, they made this kind of style, but they made it with the tennis ball.
Yeah, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I've seen that before. Okay,
How-
neat. Well, thanks a lot. Thanks for
Thank you for
Yeah.
stopping by. Yeah, this,
it's really neat.
yeah, we do elementaries, mid school, high school, colleges,
Okay,
the community, teach them about history of New Mexico and what the items.
right. Yeah,
This is all hands on too. And kids can all touch it,
that's cool.
put their hands on there. These are just different points from around the state, Clovis points. Got your cutting blades, different types of arrowheads you can make out of glass, bone and antler, steel, and then different types before they started, because you can tell these started with archaic first, all of these,
Right,
and then now we're up to these now. So
Gotcha.
showing how they evolved,
right.
and they can turn into little tiny bird points, little tiny, make anything different style. So
Right. Yeah, I'm from North Carolina, so we don't really have a lot of this.
you guys get a lot of the stone artifacts.
Yeah, there's a lot of like you can find arrowheads like these.
So you guys are doing that kind of low quality.
Cause I don't think they ever got to like this point.
No, this is more Clovis down south a little.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting.
Something like this, they'll probably make it out of agate or jasper.
Right. It's
That's
just
why most of our stuff here, like this, is made out of old quality quartz.
Okay, yeah.
Sure. That's why we don't go too big. We don't have a fully functional river all the time. But we
Right.
got a acequia as a little dried up road.
right.
So that's the only way we can get our stone with that. So
Yeah, it's like I said, it's similar but very different. Yeah.
yeah, we do everything all by hand and we do all replica works.
Okay. Really neat. Cool. Well, appreciate your time. Thanks again. And next time, if I get to go to Santa Fe, I'm gonna check it out.
A tour of our office.
That would be great. Cool. Thanks a lot. That was really neat learning about some of the natives' tools and weapons and whatnot. Well, that was really neat. You never know what you might find, so I'm gonna get me some of these cookies over here if there's any left, and then get back on the road. That was worth the stop. I'm glad I stopped. I almost thought about skipping the Shield because I was trying to get to Albuquerque, but it was really neat to find this farmer's market. I thought the archaeological display was really cool, and getting to learn more about the tools and whatnot that the natives use around here. I've never been to Santa Fe, but definitely going to go to that museum if I'm able to go to Santa Fe one of these trips. That's just really neat. I like that kind of stuff. I like about any kind of history, really. Check out my glass. I don't know if I can get it out of the bag. I'm struggling here. Check it out. Oh, that scared me. I thought, oh, I thought it was a bee or something. Look at that. Kind of neat. $5. Help out some local people. Be a Christmas ornament or something of that sort too. Sounds really neat. And got me some strawberry cookies for the road. Those will be good. And it's getting warm, so let me roll the window down, and I think I might go to Blake's Lottaburger here in town because I'm getting quite hungry and it's lunchtime. So that green hatch chili burger's calling my name. I need to check this place out at some point. Southwest Motel. I was thinking about trying to get to it yesterday, but I decided to stop earlier. And it's a Blake's Lottaburger, so I'm gonna wheel in here. Oh, it's interesting. It's like a small one. It's just got a bar. It's kind of neat. Never been to one like this. It doesn't have tables. Well, it took quite a bit of time to get my food. Looks like that Blake's Lottaburger kind of is only used for online orders, but the food was good. As far as fast food goes, Blake's Lottaburger kind of ranks up there. So it's only kind of local to this area, New Mexico. So when I'm in New Mexico, I usually go to one because they don't have them back home in North Carolina. So, you know, got to do what you got to do when you're in the area where they have the stuff. So anyways, headed towards Albuquerque. Got about an hour to go to get there, and we'll see what we can get into. I'll never forget this steep grade coming up when I was driving a 61 Plymouth across the country. Discovered that my distributor was not doing too well. It was kind of skipping, causing the points to skip. So I found a distributor for 318 in Albuquerque at the AutoZone. And that's the Rio Puerco Bridge, the original crossing here for Route 66. Anyways, I was I was having to go from, I was stopped at Gallup. They had that part, you know, and Gallup's like 2 hours from Albuquerque, and the AutoZone was going to close in 2 hours. So I took off as quick as I could. And I remember I was going up this steep grade here, and the car was backfiring and shooting fire out. It was dark, and I just kept the pedal down because what else could you do? I didn't really want to get stranded, and I had to be back home the exact time I scheduled to be home. If I had any delays, I was going to miss a flight going out of the country. So yeah, that's a whole story. It's one of my more popular stories, which, you know, I get all the way to Albuquerque, and as I'm about a mile from the AutoZone, I run out of gas, and of course I'm like, oh my gosh. So I'm like trying to push the car slightly uphill to get it. I was like trying to get it out of the road by pushing it into like a nail salon, and a guy zizzed by me on a bike, and he came back around and asked if I needed help pushing the car, and I said yes. And so we pushed the car in the parking lot, and I said, thanks, I got to get to this AutoZone before they close. And I take off running down the street. I mean, realistically, I wasn't going to make a mile run in whatever 5 minutes or whatever I had, but I wasn't going to not try. So I take off running, and then next thing I know, this guy's riding up beside of me on his bicycle, and it's like, take my bike, take my bike. I'm like, oh, okay. And he like stops. I jump on the bike and take off pedaling, and I'm like, thanks. And he's like, oh, there's no brakes, there's no brakes. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I'm driving this bike, having to cut through intersections and such, and no brakes. So I couldn't stop, and I didn't want to stop. And I get to this AutoZone, like, it's literally like a minute or two before they closed at 10 or whatever it was, and they locked the door on me. I come skidding to a stop, and they locked the door, and I'm begging to let me get at that distributor, because it was actually sitting on the counter, because I told them I was going to be getting it. And I begged and pleaded, and they were like, nope, we're closed, and you know, the computers are going to be shut down. And that's when I was like, oh, bull. I used to work for AutoZone. Those computers ain't going to be shut down for a while. And then they're pretty much like, dang it, how's he know that? So they finally let me in. I bought the distributor and like a couple Gatorades and a gas can, because I had run out of gas. And then I pedaled back, and the guy's just sitting on the curb next to my car. And I, you know, thanked him and offered him a Gatorade, and he said he didn't want one. And then I offered to give him some money for his time and using his bike, and he refused. He's like, nah, man, I was just on my way home from work, and you know, somebody would help me if I needed help or whatever. And I pretty much kept insisting he'd take this $20, and he kept refusing it. So I stuck it in his pocket, his shirt pocket, and I was like, you can, you know, keep this, which is what I want you to do, because you saved my night. Or if you don't want it, throw it on the ground or give it to somebody else, but I'm not taking it back. And he's like, oh man, don't do that, blah, blah, blah. But he eventually took it. He thanked me, and I thanked him, and we parted ways, and I walked down a mile the other way to get gas at the gas station. And I didn't want to stop to get gas, mind you, because I was afraid if I stopped to get gas, I was going to not make it to the AutoZone, which may have happened, I don't know. But I go walk back to the car, you know, stab the new distributor in, and pour some gas down the carb, and put like another gallon in the tank, and it fired right up and was running perfect. So saved the day. I decided to just stay in Albuquerque that night, so I went to the closest motel, and they didn't have any air conditioning. They're like, oh, there's no air conditioning, you know, or was it hot water? It was something like that. Maybe there was no hot water, that's what it was. And it was the winter time. So they're like, oh, there's no hot water. And I'm like, oh, is there going to be like a discounted rate? And they're like, no. So I'm like, well, why would I go here if the hotel next door is the same price with hot water? So that's where I went, and I eventually made it home and made my flight. I was actually going to Iceland, so it all worked out. But that's like, that's what I always think about going up that grade, is that driving up there at nighttime, fireballs shooting out the back, and the car missing and stuff. Good times. Anyways, that was a little story from, gosh, it's probably been like 10 years ago or more.
checked out a cool collection of classic cars here in Albuquerque, and maybe some that it might be something I need to buy in the future. And now I'm rolling out, seeing how far down the highway I can get. It's hot here, about 96 degrees, and I'm glad I got the air conditioning once again. I think having air conditioning has kind of spoiled me in an old car.
This thing is using some oil, that's for sure. Currently in Clines Corners, getting some fuel, and I guess I'm gonna have to go buy some oil because I've used up all my Walmart oil. I went in and got me the big jug of the thick stuff. Maybe that'll help some oil consumption. Plus, I might as well just get a big jug. So Clines Corners has been here since 1934, but I don't think there's anything from 1934 that remains here. It's basically a big travel plaza, and they got a bunch of souvenir, knick-knack kind of things inside. It's a kind of a place to stop if you want some fuel, because there's a lot of empty desert between here and civilization. So I needed some gas and some oil, so I stopped here, got that and something to drink. But not a lot of historical stuff here if that's what you're looking for. But yeah, it's just kind of like a tourist trap kind of thing, but not even really that, because there's not like, you know, anything too special here. It's just kind of a gas station, really. Anyways, back on the road. Driving through Santa Rosa, New Mexico. A lot of cool signs here. A lot of cool signs. On Route 66 as we speak. There's just a lot of cool signs. I was kind of curious, last time I was through here, the Sun and Sand, they were doing some demolition. So I was kind of wondering if they were going to demolish the motel, which would be sad, but looks like it. So the office is gone, that was knocked down, and looks like part of that building over there. Kind of a shame. This place just went by the wayside, and I guess vagrants and such were breaking into the rooms and sleeping in there, and stuff was happening. So real shame. Yeah, the office I guess is gone. It was there. Just like you say, you never know what'll happen. One day it's here, one day it's not. Not sure what happened to the sign. They did restore the sign at one point, and I think the restaurant is still open. It's just kind of odd that the motel just died. I wanted to get a picture of the sign. Yeah. I guess maybe at some point they might just tear the whole thing down. Not sure. not sure when the motel actually closed down for good. But I don't get why Santa Rosa is just not a big spot for motels and such. It don't have the allure that other towns do, like Tucumcari. Well, really don't know the future plans of the place. Looks like somebody's gone through and boarded up the windows and doors. Last time I was through here, it looked like most of them were kicked in. I think people were living in there and such. I really don't know how something like this happens. I guess business was so bad that whoever owned it just kind of walked away. Do they still own it? Are they paying taxes on it? I don't know. It's odd. But still a shame to see it just going by the wayside. Like I said, at one point the sign was lit up at night. It got a grant and was restored. And you could come by to here and it'd be a nice orange glow. Really cool sign. But I guess this place is done for. I don't know if anybody's going to want to do anything with it. I don't know why they tore the office down, of all things. I don't know if it got damaged. I just remember I came through here and there's just a big pile of rubble. And I was like, oh no. But what do you do? I just wanted to stop by through here and see if there was anything else that had been, you know, demolished. Most of the hotel looks to be intact. Maybe that corner over there looks partially demolished, or just maybe it just caved in on its own. I'm not sure. So sad, but just one of those things. Like I said, you don't know what's going to be here tomorrow. You know, places go out of business, places burn down. Like, you just never know. But crazy that, and like I said, I think the restaurant is still open, but who knows at this point? It might not be. I'm not entirely sure. But I remember the restaurant was still open, even though the motel was closed. But anyways, after I leave here, I got about an hour more to drive, and I'm going to stay the night in Tucumcari, or Tucumcari. What's the right way to say that? But anyways, I got a room at the Blue Swallow Motel, which I've stayed at many times. Haven't stayed there in more recent time. Just they usually get booked up really quick. So I looked out and it looks like there was like one room left. So I went ahead and booked it. We'll have a little bit earlier stop today because no sense in like busting it all the way to Texas. And then what am I going to do once I'm there? It'll be like really late and, you know, restaurants are closed and all that. So this way I'll actually be able to maybe go to one of the establishments and it be open. Usually I'm coming into Tucumcari late, like midnight and such. So this will be a little bit nicer. I can actually like relax, maybe get a place or find a place to eat, and and they'd be open to serve me, and then just kind of go back to the room and not do too much, just kind of hang out. And yeah, oh cool, I see on the interstate somebody's got like a 30s pickup on a trailer. But anyways, I'm going to get back on the road here. I'm just on I-40 basically, which I-40 pretty much runs where Route 66 run back in the day. But let's get back on the highway, I guess. To the Blue Hole here. Right now it's like temporarily closed. I guess a rock the size of a car fell into it or something. So one of these days I'm going to go to it. I just need to. It's one of those Route 66 icons that I haven't been to. Just like I haven't been to the what did I just run over? I don't know. That was odd. I just saw something in the rearview mirror go flinging. I'm hoping that was just something in the road that my tire caught and slumped. So I don't know what it was. I didn't hear anything. Yeah. I got 54 miles to Tucumcari, and once I get there, I guess we'll see about checking into the Swallow Motel, and then seeing about dinner plans. Things will be open, so I get my choice of establishments. Maybe I'll try to go to a place I haven't been to in a long time or haven't been to at all. And I will say, I know I've said this a lot through this trip, you're probably tired of hearing it, but I think this air conditioning on this car is like the best feature of this car. And I really think I'm going to put air conditioning on more of my cars because this has been really nice. I've been roughing it in old cars for a long time. I will say that it's been nice to have air conditioning in this car. But anyways, I'll try not to say anything more about that because I've been really harping on this air conditioning the whole trip, and you're probably like, okay, tired of hearing about it. But yeah, we're just kind of cruising on I-40 right now. Roughly an hour, I'll be in Tucumcari. Check out the room there. Yeah, so far been a good trip. I got like 1,500 miles or something like that to go to get home. Actually, a little less than that now because that was back in Albuquerque. So, but anyways, so yeah, it's been a good trip. About to roll in at Tucumcari. How is it what is the correct pronunciation? I've heard it both ways. Even in movies, I've heard it both ways. So, in song, I've heard it other ways. But yeah, there's the abandoned truck stop there. It's a really big facility. It's kind of crazy that it just closed down. I also wondered if there was more stuff way out here because there's like a few things way outside of the city center, I guess you'd say. So I wondered if back in the day was there even more stuff that's now gone or been knocked down. And then like I kind of also wonder like how did those businesses do when they were like the first motel or gas station you get to? Did people bypass them in order to get to town, or did they actually do really well? That's something I always kind of wondered, you know. It's like this gas station right here and motel. So how well did it do being like one of the first ones? And then was there any other ones in here? I don't know. And see, then there's like this one coming up here. The Payless Inns, which is gone now. Yep, even the pool's still there. And there's nothing on the left side. Was there stuff over there at one point? Kind of wonder. Oh, there's train tracks over there, so I guess probably not. But those like first two businesses there always it just seemed like odd that they were just the first ones you get to. Which, do you get all the business or do people bypass you because, you know, restaurants and stuff will be in town? But then again, most motels and stuff back in the day had a restaurant attached to it that you could go to. Tucumcari Trading Post, which was also a motel, it looks like. This was something, another motel. I was always thinking that Edsel there, Tucumcari. You got that 66 little thing there. I always wondered about the one windmill. It says something another community college on it. then you gotta think, like, there's all these abandoned buildings, but look at all these vacant lots. Like, were there all these businesses in here too? You know? Just interesting to think about. Like, think about how much neon was here back in the day. Tons of neon. And then everyone decided, we need to get these plastic signs. That's what's going to really bring the people to our businesses, the plastic signs. Like, I want to know what guy come up with those and then, like, sold that to everyone. And everyone's like, I got to get that plastic sign. Like, got a mural there. I always like these kind of gas stations here. These are my favorite. I guess the last time I was in here was with the 62 Plymouth on that trip. And I'm thinking about going to La Cita for dinner tonight because I haven't been there in a while. Changed colors a couple times since I've been coming through here. It used to be blue. Like, there's so many gas stations. It's crazy how many gas stations were in this town. There's so many, like, everywhere, both sides of the road. Staying at the Blue Swallow Motel tonight. Last few times I stayed at the Safari, the Blue Swallow books up pretty quick, so you can see there's quite a few people there. And I'm gonna pull in here. Looks like somebody's already pulled in to the Rockstar spot, so I'll pull in on the other side. Each room had its own garage, but 1930s standard, so not a lot of space for big 60s cars. Room 15. Never stayed in this room before. 2 beds in this one. So you got the cool vintage furniture. We got a TV and a new AC unit. Closet. Check out the round detail in the ceiling there. And got a mirror so you can look at yourself. This lamp though, man. And a phone. Hadn't stayed here in quite some years, but it's pretty much the way it was back then, even down to this right here. I always thought this was fun. Got an actual stopper. Check out this tile. And that mirrors in a medicine cabinet. Oh yeah. With the razor blade slot. How many razor blades are down in there? It's like a ship. Check out the glass blocks. Really like this tile. And we got some windows here. A jealousy window. Not a jealousy, just a crank out. Okay, it's locked, good. These lamps, really neat. Nice bucket. TV. There you have it. And oh, I thought that. Oh, there we go. Okay, fluorescent. Cool. And these bedspreads.
Leaving La Cita, not too bad. They don't have actual tequila margaritas, but the food wasn't bad at all. The salsa with the chips was actually pretty good. I really liked it. The other stuff, it was decent. I wouldn't say it's like the greatest thing ever, but it was still pretty good. I'd go back. It's been a long time since I've been there. Gosh, probably like 6 or 7 years or so. So they were like slammed.
and the waitresses were having a hard time, but and people are just being rude and stuff. And but anyways, I enjoyed my meal. The price was right. You know, I got that whole combination plate, plus a margarita, which was, I guess, wine based, and a postcard, and it was like $20-some. So not bad at all. I'm just gonna get some gas so I don't have to get it in the morning. Ken's ice cream. A little more off-roading to get those shots. Thought it was gonna make a cool backdrop, and I was correct. Cars just look really good in the desert. I don't know why. It's just the flat land, nothing, you know, obstructing anything behind the car. It's just, you know, other than some like natural things like mountains and such, just be able to see for a long ways really makes that car pop, puts the focus on the car. I'm gonna head back to the motel and get some pictures with the neon on. Trying to think, one of these businesses, it might have been this one right here. I used their water hose and such to try to cool off my 63 880 on that trip, and I like refilled my radiator and everything there. They were super nice. That's been a minute. I don't remember exactly where it was. But I want to say it was on this road. It might have been that place back there. I've never stayed at the Palomino, so I kind of wonder about that one. And I've ate at Dell's there many times, and their Kicks. Also stayed at the Roadrunner before. Got TP Curios over there. Been in there a few times, gotten some things. The Safari Motel's over there on the left. I've stayed there many times, and here we are at the Blue Swallow, the neon aglow. Try to get a picture with the neon. Well, it's the next morning, and I had a good stay here at the Blue Swallow. Met the new owners, Rob and Dawn. They've owned it for a few years now, but I haven't stayed here since it was sold by the previous owners, the Moilers. And they were pretty nice folks, very welcoming. Rob bragged about his coffee, and actually it's really good. I'm not a big coffee connoisseur, but it actually tastes pretty good to me. So anyways, worth a stop, worth visiting. As far as ratings go, rating this place with 5 stars for the aesthetic appearance. If you're wanting that vintage feel, this is definitely top tier. And also for comfort, cleanliness, and all that, 5 stars. Really nice, comfortable, clean. Definitely stay again. I said you usually have to book well in advance, especially during the summertime. I somehow lucked out, and I think I got the last room last night, so I guess it was meant to be. So just keep that in mind if you're wanting to stay here. Definitely check ahead. I'm usually not able to do that because I'm driving something old. I'm never quite sure if I'll actually make it there in time, so I've always kind of avoided making reservations because it's kind of screwed me in the past when I didn't make it there. Usually the places are pretty forgiving and they'll give you a refund because you broke down or whatever, but some places not so much. Anyways, next stop is Adrian, Texas. There is a new Route 66 shop there that I want to check out, help out that business, and also get some breakfast there at the Midpoint Cafe. So that's the goal for right now. I'm not too terribly far from Texas, so I'm going to point this Chrysler east and make some tracks. Anyways, let's get on the highway. O'Reilly Auto Parts quite a few times over the years. I've also stayed at that historic Route 66 motel. It's not a bad option. Skip I-40 for a little bit and drive on the old Route 66. There's a huge section out here that's just gravel going into Texas, but I'm probably going to skip that because that just makes the car absolutely dusty and nasty. So I'm just going to drive the paved portions this time around. I've done that other route many times. That's where the modern restrooms building is, out in the middle of nowhere. It's just always funny to see. But yeah, it makes your car just absolutely filthy, dusty and dirty. It's a rough ride in places, and it's just, there's nothing out there. If you have issues, then you're just kind of screwed. So I'm just going to forego that this time around. There is this, like, I guess it's a junkyard right here. I've never really been in there. They always had a whole bunch of old cars out front, which was always neat. One of these days, we'll go in there and check it out. One of these days. See, there's so much stuff to do that you can never do it all. And I've been doing this for like over a decade or more. So yeah, you just too much to do. You could spend months and months and months out here and never do it all. can see the interstate way up there. And it just kind of goes right over that hill, and they obviously had to cut it down and such and blaze a path through it. And you can see here the old road kind of goes around the hill, and that's just kind of how it was. The old roads usually kind of had to follow the landscape more. Scenic area, and I guess they built a new bridge here at one point, and not sure what was wrong with the old bridge. Anyways, you can see the old road's kind of going around this little bit of a mountain or mesa or whatever you want to call it. So the new roads are always a little more direct, and the old roads just kind of follow the landscape a little bit more, taking a path of least resistance. They just didn't have the mechanical ability, like machines and stuff, to easily do things like they could later on. So a lot of these roads that were built in like the 20s and 30s and stuff, they just had to kind of follow the easiest way, which usually meant going around things. But with that, you do get to drive a more scenic route because of the road going around landscape. Then you get to see that landscape. As you can see here, another filling station, obviously gone by the wayside once it was bypassed. It's kind of crazy how many gas stations there were back in the day. You'd see them in the middle of nowhere. But a lot of times the people, they just lived there. That was their house, and they ran a gas station out front. And but then when, you know, the roads got bypassed, obviously they didn't get any traffic anymore, and eventually they closed down. But back in the day, I swear, if you ran out of gas, you didn't have to go very far to get some. There were just gas stations everywhere. These days, you run out of gas, you'll walk by 10 abandoned ones before you get to one. So, been there, done that. Landscape's really cool out here in New Mexico. You can see the interstates over there. We're kind of getting back close to it. There's a big rig going along. We're coming into San John, or whatever. I guess maybe it was pronounced San Yon. I'm not sure. Another town bypassed, but there's like a truck stop by the interstate and such. But obviously the main part of town pretty much dead. Not much going on here. A lot of abandoned buildings, and they got a post office though, which I guess I'll maybe drop some postcards in there. Anyways, the pavement ends up here, so I'm just going to turn around and get back on the interstate, just because I don't really want to take that very secluded route. It's just gravel, so get some pretty cool shots of your car out here though, because there's no traffic generally. my 3-point turn here, and I want to go back towards San John. Like I said, you get down further down, the road just turns to gravel. I'm just going to go back to San John, drop some stuff off in that mailbox there, and then get on the interstate. And actually, I'm going to stop in Glenrio because there's been some stuff going on there. That was where the last stop motel and such was, and I'm going to see if that's what's been going on with that. I heard it was like partially demolished or something, so I'm going to see what that's about. You know, another thing I kind of wondered is, do the locals on Route 66 like roll their eyes when they see like an old car driving along, like, oh, look at this person just driving on an old 2-lane road, and then be like, why are they even doing this or whatever. I always kind of wonder what people, like the local people, thought of Route 66 travelers, especially like people like me in an old car purposely driving on the old road that goes way out of their way and all that. Or if they see me taking a picture of an old building or whatever, do they roll their eyes, or do they go, wow, that's somebody's appreciating it, or, you know? I've always kind of wondered that. Or if, like, what do they think when they see the old car driving down the road? Do they think it's cool? Do the locals think that's cool? Or they live on Route 66 and it's like any other day to them? They don't really care either way. And also, what do people think when, like, you know, you're not from here and you see an old car? Like when I'm driving down the, you know, old road that's right next to the interstate, and I'm sure it looked really cool. You see this old car just kind of moseying along on the old road. Do the people on the interstate go, wow, cool, and take pictures? And then kind of always want to see those pictures, you know? I never get to see the pictures. But, yeah, I always kind of wondered that. What do other people think? If you're a local to Route 66, what do you think? Let me know, comment. If you're just a tourist, what do you think when you see an old car? I guess if you're following me, you probably think it's cool. But, I don't know. I always wonder. And I always, like I said before, I always wonder where all those photos end up. Like, how many photos are there of me that I've never seen that people have taken, like me just driving down the road, or my car parked at a gas station? Because I've had so many people, can I take a picture? You know, and I'm sure, like, sure, take a picture, take as many as you want, you know? So anyways, just some thoughts here on the road. I'm about to get on I-40 and kind of go around that long gravel path. And then I'm going to roll into Glenrio and see what's going on there. Not quite sure. Heard a few things, but I haven't heard anything lately. So I did see a sign like way, like hundreds of miles back, talking about a new dispensary or something. So we'll see. Eat. Yeah, right there's where the road goes. It's gravel right there. You can see the telephone poles going along, and that's where I would have been going if you stayed on Route 66. You are now leaving New Mexico, land of enchantment. Now I'm in Texas, entering the central time zone, and I'm going to get off here in Glenrio and see what's going on here. You can see the sign over there. First Last Stop Motel. And oh man, there's a turtle in the road. I didn't hit him, but you can see they tore the roof off and kind of gutted everything here. So I don't know what their plan is with it. I don't know. And then here's the new thing going on here. Smoke shop. So I talked with the people inside, and apparently the plan is to rebuild and reopen the motel and cafe at some point. I guess they tore the roof and everything off just for safety reasons. I guess it was on its last legs and could have fallen in and hurt somebody and whatnot. So they're supposed to revitalize Glenrio. I mean, I guess that's a good thing. I know a lot of people are like, oh no, they're destroying the place, they're bulldozing it down, but that's not necessarily the plan. So I guess they just removed all the roof structure. The walls are still there, and I guess they're going to reopen it or try to at some point. So it'd be cool to see if this actually opens back up, another place to stay. I'm not a smoker myself, so the smoke shop, I guess, does nothing for me. But yeah, I guess if it brings business, I mean, I guess that's not a bad thing. So anyways, that's that. That's kind of the story on that. I guess we'll see what becomes of Glenrio in the future. I wonder if they'll keep the motel name the same, First Last Stop Motel and Cafe. And obviously the reasons why it's the First Last Stop is because we're on the border of New Mexico and Texas. So this is your first stop or your last stop, depending on which way you were going. Well, hopefully something becomes of this place. Would be cool to see it back operational. And at least that's what I was told the plan was. So, well, let's try to get to Adrian, Texas, I reckon. Windmills, I guess wind turbines, as far as the eye can see. All right, getting off here at the Adrian exit. the Midpoint Cafe and Bent Door, and the new business is there. Let's see what that's about. You know, one of these days I do need to stay at this fabulous 40s motel. I just never have, you know, had the chance. It always seems like I want to stop earlier than this or later than this, so it's never worked out. But I'd like to check it out. Pretty, oh, population 166. Place looks pretty well packed, so that's a good sign. How much for parking though?
They really don't think.
Car's a prop out there. I really don't care, but I don't.
You don't see them. I mean, you really don't. You know, something that nice driving down Route 66. I think it's.
Yeah.
I mean, you pulled in, and my husband about had a coronary.
I usually ask before I touch somebody's car, but
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, listen, I had my car showed June 8th.
The dangers of an electric car. Yeah. Yeah, electric cars don't have engine noises, so you can get run over. Here's the fabulous 40 motel, which hopefully I could stay at some point. Well, this is the halfway point of Route 66, 1,139 miles in either direction to ends. here in Adrian. I went to the new Dreammaker Station, talked with the owners, Jason and Kelly, and they're a new business, so be sure to swing in and check them out. Also got a bite to eat at the Midpoint Cafe, always good. Had a burger, and then I got some one of their famous ugly pies, coconut cream variety, and always worth stopping in there too. Good place to stop for food and whatnot. And now I'm just here at the Bent Door Station, which I'm not sure what's happening to this place. At one point I thought somebody was going to redo it or whatever. Like 10 years ago I stopped in here and a local guy let me in, and I got to look around. I haven't heard anything more about this place. They got a Facebook page, so I might research that a little bit more and see if there's anything happening with that. But yeah, it's a good place to stop here in Adrian. A lot of things you can do in terms of souvenirs, food, cool scenery to take pictures with, especially if you got an old car. So yeah, like I said, be sure to stop and check out the new Dreammaker Station. They're trying to get started. They're not affiliated with the cafe, so just keep that in mind when you're there. Don't forget to stop in, check out their souvenirs and whatnot, because like I said, they're not affiliated with the restaurant. So anyways, I'm probably going to just kind of blast home from this point. Not sure if I'll make any more Route 66 stops. Just need to kind of get home. Plus there's like a storm coming, a hurricane. That's what I heard. So I might need to just make tracks and try to get out of the Texas, Oklahoma area as quick as possible, so I don't get stuck in that. Actually, I don't even know if the wipers work in this car or if the blades are any good. There is another set of blades in the back though that came with the car, so maybe the ones on the car aren't good. I'm not sure. Anyways, I'm going to do a little walk around here at the Bent Door Station, then head on out. See there, facebook.com/thebentdoor. And then there was a website too. I'm not sure what that was. So I'm kind of wondering what's going on with this. You're at Midway. Not you are, just your. There's the Bent Door, which is what it's famous for. And it just makes for a cool backdrop for photos nonetheless. This old car's still back here. It's got a relatively good tarp on it, new tarp on it, so something must be going on here. It'd be cool if this place opened up too. Unfortunately, it looks like all the signs that were on that pole that show the distances to various towns and such are gone. I'm not sure if they've just all fell off from age, or I guess people could have pilfered them, I'm not sure. But, you know, some people have no respect for things. I don't see them laying on the ground, so there's remnants of something, so it's probably been pilfered. Yeah, I'm curious what's going to happen to this place. Washer machine here, and this garage is in sad shape. It's being held up with some ratchet straps. It looks like, well, there's power on, there's a lot on there, so I'm kind of curious what's going to happen to this place. Coke machine's still here. I think I got a picture of me next to this thing from like over a decade ago. But yeah, hopefully something comes of it. Is that over there? Never noticed that before. I have to check it out. art. Some old cars over there. What do we got there? A Scamp, it looks like. 59 Ford. Neat. Wonder why this was a wide spot in the road. What the history of Adrian is, what was here, why people lived here and all. Well, I stopped at the post office here. I thought I was going to be able to drop some stuff off, but they don't have a box. So I guess I'll go somewhere else. Another old gas station. Co-op. Vega, Texas, here on Route 66. Go to see if their post office has a mail drop box. Some buffalo. Look like they're made out of like chains and scrap pieces of metal. Go up here a lot, turn left it looked like. The Vega Motel. Closed. I always like this sign here, the cafe. Don't think I've ever turned left there before. That's something interesting there. Post office is in here somewhere. Magnolia Station. Wilson's Corner. Route 66 attraction there. Office should be here somewhere. But there's a cool mural here, so take a picture with that maybe. Ah, there it is. And they got a drop box. Good.
All right, just left Vega, Texas, and now it's time to just put the pedal to the metal and get back home to North Carolina. So, not going to probably see much for sights after this, but I guess the question is, do you think I'm going to make it the rest of the 1,300 miles I got to go? Guess we'll find out.
Well, just added some more oil here. Got the cheapest gas I've gotten on this trip. It's $2.99 plus the 10-cent discount with the account, and so it's $2.89. So that was pretty good. But man, I just put like 2.5 quarts in, so she's going through it, unfortunately. So I guess some engine work is due in the future. Well, I stopped to get gas at a Love's here, and then I remember that I'm just like right here near the Cadillac Ranch, so I figured, well, what the heck, I ain't been there in, gosh, a decade or something. Might as well swing in there and check it out, see how bad these things are looking these days. A little more put together than the last time I was here. I got, I guess, people selling trinkets and merch and paint. Last time I was here was like a lawless land. It probably still is. You don't even really need to buy paint because you could just find the paint just laying on the ground. I mean, kind of crazy. I don't know why you paint the dirt. It doesn't really make sense. Paint the corn. Does that make sense? Man, these things are probably about destroyed now. And there's always the trash everywhere, so that's not too cool. And anything around here is going to be gone by the end of the day, probably. That's a lot of paint. I don't want to know what the chemicals in this ground is like. Favorites, like, look how thick the wheels are now.
I'm making a school right now.
Oh wow, look, the whole roof made of paint fell off. Kind of insane how thick the paint is.
Hey, you can do 30 now. Let me out. I'm gonna try to get up in there. I need help.
Be 18 this year, and my youngest is
The only bad thing is the trunk to be too hard to open.
Sad face.
We'll see how long that lasts. It's the second Cadillac. If anyone comes by here, see if it's still there. So, like I said, it had been a while since I've been here. Things are about the same. Cars are in horrible shape. Not sure when the whole spray paint thing started, but it's, I don't know, a little out of control, honestly. I don't know why people are painting the corn and the dirt, everything else, but some sort of rite of passage, I guess. Anyways, I was here, so I figured I'd stop in. And see how it is next time. Which one sticks out?
I was got in my car and cranked it up, and this lady came up and was like, "Oh, can I take a picture of the car?" And I was like, "Heck, you want to sit in the car?" And pictures really have to be able to get in it, so she took a bunch of pictures. Yeah, it's always good. I always like to allow people to experience old cars whenever. So, you know, that's why she asked if she could take a picture. I don't really care if people take pictures, you know, but so I one-upped it, let her sit in the car and get a picture inside. So I think she really appreciated it. And then eastbound, right up the road from the Cadillac Ranch, is the Cadillac RV Ranch, I guess. And they got a couple Cadillacs on display. Figured well, might as well swing in here while I'm here and check it out. And the Second Amendment Cowboy is there, so. I get a picture right here. I remember when these things were first here, they were like brand new looking, but obviously just being parked outside kind of weathered them a bit. Oh, I just realized that I said I like me a pink Cadillac. That's one I think had Willie Nelson in it or something. Sorry, I didn't mean to get in your picture. I guess that's John Wayne in there. Just photobomb somebody. I'll go around the other way. Howdy.
What's that place down there that has all these, I don't know if they're, what kind of cars are, if they're Cadillacs or not, that would.
Out there at the big Texan. There's they used to be buried in Conrad, like kind of like the Cadillac Ranch. There's slug bugs. It was just called Bug Ranch, but then the big Texan bought it.
I got a sticker while I was in there. Pretty much, you know, if I'm going to take a photo or, you know, utilize anything of a person's business, I try to get at least something. So I went in there and got a sticker. Vacaville before because I've never been able to eat at the Big Texan. It's probably just a big tourist trap, but I've never been able to eat there. The wait times are extremely long, so I've always just kind of not waited. Last time I went there, it was like a 2.5 hour wait. You can't make reservations as far as I know, so like it's just first come, first serve, and that's just a long time to wait. I don't know if the food's even any good, you know, but it's like a, I don't know, I guess you'd consider it like a landmark. It is home of the free 72-ounce steak if you can eat it. And it's not just a steak, it's got like a side salad and a roll and a shrimp cocktail or something. Back in the day, I thought I could do it. I've obviously never tried. I've never even been able to eat at this place. But maybe someday I'll go in there just to see what it's about. I've passed by this place I don't know how many times. I'm usually always just passing through Amarillo. I've never stayed. But there it is over there, Big Texan Steak Ranch. Of course, there's a big wall here, so you can't really see it, but there's the sign. But there you go. Well, I figured I'd just swing in through Shamrock, get a picture with the tower station. Because I'm driving right by it, essentially. I don't think anything's open because it's Sunday, so it's just mainly gonna be for a photo op, quick snap, and then get back on the highway. I'm going to try to get to Arkansas, I guess. That's probably my best bet. Yeah. I want to say in there, there's like a junkyard in there. I've been in there before years ago. It was mostly Chevys and a lot of ticks. I had so many ticks on me after walking through there. So, can't remember exactly how I got, like, I think I just rolled up. I don't remember exactly. I think I just rolled up, and then there was a guy that like lived there, I guess, and I asked if I could walk through it. He said sure. There was a lot of Chevrolets in there. So I'm just gonna roll through. Kind of curious about the accommodations here in Shamrock, like this Texan Motel. There's a couple other motels. I've only ever stayed at the one across the street from the tower station. So I don't really know how the other ones compare. Usually I'm just like here, it's like really late, so that's why I end up staying here. I've stayed at this Western Motel a bunch of times, and it's always like a cowboy there. It's always been pretty good. Oh no, this tow truck here. Oh, there's like a tractor in front of it. It's not a tow truck. I thought it was like broke down. But no, this is a cross traffic does not stop. Okay, so I need to pay attention. What's in here? You get a couple pictures just for fun. There's like water leaking there or something, so I guess I won't pull too far in. A guy rolled in hot while I was here at the power station. He's got a bunch of Mopars, so he wanted to show them to me, so I'm going to look really quick because I'm kind of in a little bit of a rush, but I'm just going to take a quick gander and see what he has or what he's wanting to get rid of and such. So you never know what you're going to come across when you're out on the road, and obviously since I was driving an old Mopar, it made it easy for him to know that I like old Mopars. So I'm going to go check it out and see what he's got. I mean,
leave it kind of patina for the most part, maybe clear coat or something.
Yeah, I mean, the body really isn't terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, normally these cars are totally rotted away.
Yeah.
It's got the Spitfire in there.
Yeah. And I have no idea, you know, what its status was when he parked it.
I mean, I've had bought cars that were parked in like the 90s and stuff, and it was always like they just parked it because they got like a new car.
Yeah.
And these weren't worth anything.
Yeah.
In the like 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
It's like a $25 car, you know. So it's like, and I've got them, and I got them running and driving, and there's nothing wrong with them. It's just.
You work on this stuff yourself at your shop?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's got some, it's.
And a lot of that came from just the dirt blew in around it. I mean, we had to dig it out from the ground.
Right, sitting on the ground always, the frame could be, you know, toasty too.
Yeah.
I guess somebody was in the military that owned it.
Yeah, my dad was a Vietnam veteran.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw the stickers, Fort Sill.
Yeah, he was over there at Sill doing artillery training before he headed to Vietnam.
Yeah. 58 Chrysler. Only driven for 10 years and parked.
It'd be cool to get that thing going, but so basically, you know, we're right on, you're like 12 miles.
Well, Greg showed me some of his stuff, and he's got some cool things, and some of the stuff is like for sale, so I might be needing to get some things in the future. Next time I'm through here, he can show me more of his stuff, which would be great to see. He's got a lot of Mopars and some other things, so always cool to get like chased down by somebody that appreciates what you're doing or what you're driving and all that. So it was really, really cool that I was able to, by chance, meet up with him. So you know, a lot of times, you know, you're thinking, should I skip this? Should I just go on by? And I thought about just like bypassing Shamrock, because, you know, I've been here a bunch of times, but then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna swing in and get a picture with the tower station just cause, and it worked out to my benefit. So I guess it's always pays to, you know, take the road less traveled. And there's another example of, you know, this trip's had a lot of examples of meeting people and whatnot just because you're taking the road less traveled. So anyways, I'm back on the highway and pointing this thing east and making some tracks. I got delayed a little bit, but it was a worthwhile delay. Oh, I actually ate at this restaurant the last time I was through here, so that'll be a good reminder of where to go. I've been here a bunch of times, and there's probably plenty of footage of this place, but figured I'd just make a quick stop. Anyways, time to head east. Have any of y'all stayed at the Blarney Inn? Is that worthwhile? I've never stayed there. Oh, that cool tow truck. Or the Shamrock Country Inn, or the Route 66 Inn. I mean, there's a lot of options here. I've just I guess never tried any other ones. I've always just kind of went to that Western Motel. There's even a Motel 6 here. Over there's like a whole bunch of old cars and Edsels and some stuff like that. It's been there for a long time. That's me. Weather looks a little questionable up ahead. Hopefully I don't go through any bad storms, but I don't know, I've been hearing tell of them. It's sprinkling a little bit. It's sprinkling a little bit. I don't even know the last time I saw rain. It's been a long trip of dry. I haven't seen rain in a while. You know, I haven't even checked to see if these wipers work. Okay, they work. Oh, variable speed too. Except they're like smear-o-matic, so oh boy, better than nothing, I guess.
Well, I crossed into Oklahoma. I jumped out at their travel center or rest area, took a picture with the big Oklahoma sign. I don't know why they don't have like a little pull-off area there so you can take pictures. You just kind of have to stop in the road, jump out, take a picture before somebody gets behind you. And when we just drive along, the weather's kind of getting questionable. It's getting dark and cloudy. I've been seeing lightning and there's been some rain, but smooth sailing otherwise. Car's still using oil. The only thing I can do now is just add oil at every fill up, so not the best. I guess I'll probably look for another motor in the future. That way I can swap in the motor while I work on the original motor and rebuild it and whatnot. So I'll be keeping my eyes out for a big block engine that's a runner that I can swap in here so I can work on this 440 in the meantime. Anyways, plan is to get to Ozark, Arkansas, to the Oxford Inn, which I've stayed at several times. It's a decent little like mom and pop motel. It's like the only mom and pop motel that's worth a ding between like Oklahoma and North Carolina. It's kind of crazy. There's just not really much else in between. So that's the goal. We'll probably be getting there around 11 or so. And then tomorrow is the long drive through Tennessee and such, which I think it's like a 12-hour deal to get home, the final stretch. So anyways, we'll keep on trucking. Kind of hungry, and I saw that there's this restaurant here, Taco Casa, so I'm going to try it. Oh man. Not quite sure how I'm supposed to eat this. I guess I'll eat it like a salad. Well, I had the super tostada and the super taco. Pretty good actually for fast food. I guess it's kind of similar to Taco Bell, but I actually found it better. Also really like their aesthetic. It said I think it said it was since 1972. Was it 79? I don't remember. Sometime in the 70s, but it still looks very 70s to me. And I like how the building still looks like, you know, something retro and appropriate. It's not gray and boring and sad like Taco Bell is now. Instead of like a fun fiesta, Taco Bell is just a drag. But this place is kind of fun. It's orange and yellow colors everywhere. It's got the little mascot. It's like a, I guess like a bandito or something. But anyways, worth going to again, for sure, if you just want a quick bite to eat. I was getting quite hungry, so decided to stop in here. But now getting back on the highway, headed towards Arkansas. Wow, the sky looks crazy. Red sky at night, sailor's delight, so they say. So maybe I'm clear of all the storms. All right, I'm here in Ozark, Arkansas. Got me a room booked at the Oxford Inn, so I'm about to wheel in there and check in and get my room, and it's almost midnight, so I'm gonna get some sleep.
This is a really nice place. I've stayed here a bunch. Like I said, it's one of the few, oh, just the Wi-Fi, a nice place. But yeah, it is a nice place. I've stayed here a bunch. It's like really like one of the only places to stay that's a mom and pop kind of place. It's not a big chain, so I always try to make it to here at least. Definitely not in proper alignment, so the insides of my front tires are kind of getting worn down. Been monitoring that to make sure I make it home. Looks like I will. Well, that ain't good. Guess I'll need to fix that. Ironic that happens on my last leg of the journey. Anyways, Oxford Inn, a nice place to stay. Now I'm headed home. Well, got my breakfast of champions, Coca-Cola, and a tornado. My starting solenoid, I guess, stopped working, but I was about to start the car from under the hood here at the gas station where I stopped to get some fuel, and I decided to try it again, and it fired up. So I don't know, that was kind of odd. But electronics, I guess you never know. Anyways, leaving Ozark, Arkansas, about to jump on I-40 East. And I got like 12 hours of driving to do. Like 830 miles. Last stretch, so I guess let's get home. Hopefully I don't regret this right here. Southwest Chicken. Definitely nothing to write home about. Good storm. Can't see anything in front of me, so I'm keeping it low speed. Don't really want to get in a situation. Wow, this is a pretty bad storm. There's like a lot of water on the road. Kind of hydroplaning if you're not careful. There's limbs blowing around. I better not be going through another tornado in freaking Arkansas.
bonus is it looks like the car doesn't leak when it rains really hard, so that's good. But yeah, that was unexpected. Okay, maybe that wasn't the end of it. I wonder how big this freaking storm is. Finally, looks like I'm at the end of it. Uh-oh. Got a leak. How many people hit this wall turning. And freaking bumper to bumper traffic here on I-40 for whatever reason. I do not know what in the heck is going on with this traffic. Been in this for I don't know how long, half an hour. Cars running a little on the warmer side. Cut the AC off. So yeah, I cut the AC off just to make sure this motor doesn't overheat. It's hot as heck here, so I don't know what the temperature is, because whatever. I tried getting on my maps to see if there was another route, and of course it didn't work, so I'm stuck. I found out after the fact that I should have taken the exit that I thought would work, but I didn't want to get off and then be screwed, so.
A severe thunderstorm was located over Lakeland or near Bartlett, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusting quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicle physics. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Bartlett, Lakeland, Arlington, Somerville, East, Warren, Oakland, Mason, Galway, Brunswick, Little, Belmont, Cannon Grove, Longtown, Redwood, Langley, Gainesville, Lewis, and Powers. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight. The following counties in Tennessee, Fayette, Shelby, and Tiffin.
Well, the police are involved with something. But what is it? Nobody knows. Looks like there's an 18-wheeler or something wrecked up ahead. So that's what it was. Hopefully they're all right. Yeah, I got the whole highway stopped here. Looks like a pretty bad wreck. Crossed into Eastern time here in Tennessee. I still got like over 3 hours of driving left, but other than burning a lot of oil, smooth sailing. I'm here outside of Knoxville, Tennessee, and getting a little hungry, so I stopped at a Petro's to get me some dinner. Got me their original with some pasta, as well as a Petro dog. And this is a drive-through only establishment, so you have to park and dine. Petro dog and the original chili with pasta instead of chips. I guess it's time to feast. Well, that's pretty good. Again, not too bad for fast food fare. It's a local chain here in this area in Knoxville, and I guess it was originally created for the World's Fair. Was it 1982 or whatever? Anyways, got 3 hours to go, so gonna get back on the highway. Into North Carolina. Wow, that's it. Guess it doesn't really leak anything, just burns it. Well, I'm back in North Carolina. I guess the trip was close to 3,000 miles total from Northern California to North Carolina. So the car did well. It didn't really have any big issues. Really the only issue the car had was it had a lot of oil consumption. The motor, I guess the odometer is at 12,518, so it's 112,000 miles, big block. I guess it got used pretty hard or whatever, so it's eating the oil. So I'll have to address that in the future. Maybe just try to find a motor to swap in. That way I can work on the original motor at my own leisure. But anyways, obviously this proves that you can drive an old car long distances. I've done it many times, and I've never been stranded, for any long period of time. Of course, I've been on the side of the road having to fix stuff, but I've never been stuck. I've always been able to get myself out of it. But one person was like asking, and I've had people ask before, do I have a crew with me? Is there other people with me during these trips? Sometimes I'll have a passenger with me, a friend or whatever, family member, but I don't have anybody for help. I don't have a truck follow me. There's no chase vehicle. This trip I was by myself, just me and this station wagon. There was no passenger, there was no crew, there was no chase vehicle, nothing. no set up places to get to per se. It was just me driving. If something happened, I had to figure it out. Luckily, nothing serious happened. The only thing that was even, I guess, anything of note was when I was in Arkansas. The next morning I go to try to crank the car and it wouldn't start with the key, so I just had to jump the solenoid under the hood. So yeah, you could drive old cars long distances. Having a little mechanical knowledge or aptitude or whatever you want to call it obviously helps. And you know, don't let it, you know, scare you from driving an old car. I mean, one of the things that I thought of, you know, like the first time I went out west, I bought a 64 Valiant, and I got it like running, driving, and stopping, basically in a junkyard. And then I drove it like 5,000 miles. It had some issues, you know, and whatnot, but I made it home eventually. And then I drove my 57 Plymouth back out west. And my thought process was, well, this is a 3,000 mile drive one way. Then you think, how many miles have I driven this car locally? And I was like, well, I've driven this car locally, shorter trips around town, like 20,000 miles. So what's 3,000 miles? If the car can make 20,000 miles locally, it should be able to make it 3,000 miles on a trip, you know? So keep that in mind. Think about how many miles have you put on your car just around town and equate that to how many miles a longer trip would be. Now, you don't necessarily have to take a 3,000 mile drive, but you could take a couple 100-mile drive or whatever. So don't let it scare you when you think about driving your old car a longer distance, because it can make it, you know. And as you saw, I had air conditioning in this car. I got it fixed, so you know, all it really needed was a charge, and I just drove the car. I had cool air coming. It was really a blessing with the heat that I had to go through. Plus the passenger front door window stopped working, the electric window. So it didn't even really matter because I had air conditioning. So you can put air conditioning in pretty much most old cars. You can get it a retrofit. If it's got factory AC, you can convert it to 134. Or you can add in like an underdash unit for a car that doesn't have air conditioning. There's many options. So if you want cool comfort, you can do it too and leave the windows up. Let's say this last leg was like 840 miles. I pretty much was just trying to get through Tennessee, which was like land of traffic jams and accidents and stuff. So it added several hours to my trip. I didn't get home till like after midnight, which is typical. I pretty much never can get through Tennessee without being delayed for hours. But yeah, all in all, a good trip. Don't forget to check out the businesses. I went to a lot of different places, you know, and those businesses, they could use support. So if you're going to stop and take a picture of like a cool, for example, like a Route 66 landmark, come on, go into shop and buy something, you know, go into shop and talk to the people, you know, they love to talk to people. So I talked to all kinds of people on this trip. Not all of it's on film. I don't always film every interaction. I'm usually just trying to, whatever you want to say, live in the moment, I guess. But I'm also at the same time trying to show other people what things you can do while you're on the road. So it's a weird balance of trying to enjoy myself while sharing the enjoyment with others. So you can't get the full experience unless you do it yourself. I'm kind of just giving you a little taste, a little preview, showing you some things, and just proving that you can, you know, drive the car. And people ask, do I have a chase vehicle? Do I have a crew with me? Any help like that? No. On this trip, I was by myself, just me and the station wagon. No chase vehicle, no crew, no cameraman, nothing. I have had friends and family on trips before, but I'm the one that's driving usually and all that. So if something happens, I got to figure it out. If I blow up in some town, I'm going to have to get away home, you know, like there's no big production budget. You know, I'm just like average guy, but like old cars and like traveling. So there's no big production. There's no big money. you know, it's all coming out of my pocket, and I'm just doing it for fun. And then I like to share these things with other people, and maybe they'll like to enjoy it too. So you know, just kind of getting the word out there on things you can do, and mainly prove that you can drive your old cars, and you shouldn't be afraid to. So with that being said, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with other people that you might think would enjoy these kind of things. There'll be lots more coming, obviously, because I'm always getting stuff and taking trips and whatnot. Yeah, but all in all, it was a good trip. I got to do a lot, talk to a lot of cool people, do some things I hadn't done before, and a lot of things that I've done many times. But, you know, some things you just can't help. You just want to do it because you just really like it. And, you know, generally, if you're only going like one time a year, generally, it's always a good time to do these things, even if you've already done them 10 or 20 times prior, you know, over the years. But don't forget to check out my Instagram page at Obsolete Automotive. There's also a Facebook group, which I will link in the description, and also a Patreon if you'd like to show any support, things like that. There's behind the scenes stuff, which I'm working on, and other videos and whatnot that I'll be posting on there, just like extra content that's not going to be on YouTube generally. So I've been working on that. That way I can post that stuff to the Patreon for those followers. But all in all, good time. Ready for the next trip, which might be coming up here soon. So, and I still gotta get that car in Montana. So I'm not sure if I'll drive it back or what the plan is with that car. So anyways, stay tuned. A lot more content coming. Hope you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment. I get all the comments. I don't care if you want to leave bad comments. If good or bad, leave them. If you have suggestions on places to go, things to do, or suggestions on really anything, feel free to post a comment. Or you can just ramble about whatever you want on there. If you enjoyed it, comment. If there's things that you have questions about, whether the trip, cars, whatever, feel free to comment. I usually try to respond to every comment, though sometimes it can be hard because there's usually quite a few. So I try to respond to at least all the questions. But yeah, feel free to comment and let me know what you think of the video. Maybe things, even if it's things you think that might improve the videos or quality of them or whatever. Feel free to comment. Let me know. I take any kind of criticisms or constructive feedback. Like, you know, I take it as it needs to be. I'm not going to get mad about it. I will correct people if it's wrong, but I'm not going to get mad about it. But anyways, thanks for watching. Thanks for commenting, and see you on the next one.